Right, hello. I think we're all set up. Let me just double check. That all seems fine. I accidentally didn't select the right stream when starting, so I had to quickly restart. I hope that's not caused any confusion. Seems to be running fine on both Twitch and YouTube. Although Stream Elements got the wrong message, but that's fine. Cool, okay, I think we're all alright there. So, if we go... is it this? We'll get it right there. This scene, cool. So, last game dev stream, what did we get up to? We were playing around with our lobby setup. So if we run our game now, we had some issues with the inspector that took a little while to figure out. And we actually ended up fixing quite a few things that we were stuck with. So we can now select our... oh yeah, we did the maps as well. So in our map drop down, you can select type of maps. I just thought I need to set this to... I need to set my music to shuffle. Bit disorganized today, sorry. We'll get there in a second. When this music starts, maybe. And that should randomize the whole playlist, hopefully. Why is your YouTube music seems really slow? Come on. There we go. Right, so we can select our map orientation. That for the moment we've just done a few default maps, but we can see the selection is going through. Select a few units, and the map is drawn based on the map that was selected. So we've got a 10x4 grid. We've got 8 units that we selected. This is all updated. I think what we want to do at some point is get rid of this drop down and have them as buttons. So we'll show each of the unit types and how many units are remaining of each type, because at the moment you have to kind of remember. On this map you can only place in the bottom row. And our placements are now working. And the main thing that was confusing last time was this place units dictionary. So we figured out that the dictionary display in the inspector isn't necessarily showing the correct status of the keys. So specifically when we remove a key, so let's say we put in another couple of units. So this mushroom that we put in here, column 9 row 3 is here in the dictionary, but if we click to remove it, what we figured out is that the inspector sees the erase method called on this dictionary and just it just removes whatever the bottom entry is of this display. So we didn't lose the mushroom at column 9 row 3, we lost it at column 0 row 3, which was the bottom entry. But under the hood, the code has done it correctly and removed column 9 row 3, that key. It's just that the inspector needs a refresh, and now we see the correct version there. So if we remove the inventory at column 1 row 3, which is this guy, we'll see column 1 row 3 is still there. It's removed the right value, shifted all the values up, but removed the wrong key. So then if we go back and back here, we'll see that's updated and is now correct. So you just need to like manually refresh this view if you're relying on that as your current status. So that was a bit of fun and games there. We've now configured the right way to determine if a unit is already on a square. You can't place multiple units on a square anymore. And that's been updated. And this count of how many units remaining is correctly updating as well. So that's where we got to. We figured it would be a good idea to look into version control. So we're going to start with that. Might have to hide my screen a few times. I don't know how much of Git is shown. I mean, probably on various Chrome tabs and stuff like that. I've shown my email addresses and all that kind of stuff already, but it's probably a good practice to start being a bit more cautious about personal information on stream. And then once we've done that, we're probably going to go and do a bit of game design as well. So figure out how all of our managers are going to interact with each other, and like state machines and stuff like that. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to open up Figma to do the game design stuff, and might have to just hide that briefly. So let's do that quickly while Figma opens. Just double check what I had open. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll go here, get rid of that. I set up a load of new shortcuts on OBS, and just remembering which button combination does what. Okay, so we're going to use this for our turn-based battler. That's fine. So we'll do a little bit of planning around here somewhere. And yeah, that's the plan for today. We're going to start with a few of these dailies though, and then we'll have a look at setting up Git or GitHub. We might just use the GitHub desktop app, it looks like, from what I saw on some other tutorials, but we'll see if we can find some good tutorials for it. Okay, so hashtag, first game of the day. It's Wordle in 4 directions, gives you all the letters in all 4 words, and you just have to rearrange them to create the words. Greens are in the correct place, yellow are somewhere in the word where they're currently positioned. But obviously on the crossing points, that could be in either the vertical or the horizontal row. So this A could either be in the second vertical word or the first horizontal word. And normally, well, you can do it within 12 moves. Normally you can do a swap that puts 2 letters in the correct position each swap. So it's worth having a little think first to see all the possible words you can make, and then you have a better idea of what's happening, and where to move everything to. Why is YouTube stream health complaining? It looks okay to me. Keep an eye on it. I think it's fine. Right, so sometimes a good starting point is the vowels. We've got 3 A's, 2 E's. So, oh, and we've got a Y as well. What's this one going to be? This could be early. Swapping the E and the R. No. No, it can't. The R's in the wrong place. Can't tell if this A is meant to be in this row, so that's not going to be useful. The G could either be in one of these. So we just know that there is an L in this, and there's an E and an L in this. Any good positions for the vowels to go in? There's lots of L's, 3 L's, 3 A's, 2 E's. K is going to be a tricky one, right? K and Y are both got to be at ends of the words, I reckon. More likely to be, at least. What's going to be useful? There's no L in this vertical at all. Is there anything else we can eliminate? There's no E in this. So there's no E in this. We could have another A. Could have something like tally, but that would be a bit weird. That would swap the G and the L here. That could be alright. This could be like glare. I like the idea of glare there. So yeah, that also would then swap the E and the T. So we swap the G and the L and the E and the T. So this would be TA, something L something. And tally works quite well with that. So then that would be 2 L's used here, the Y. One of the A's here. So we'd have to swap the E probably to this point here. So something A, something E. With maybe an L. Put the S at the end, I'd reckon. Which we're going to do if we swap these two anyway. Let's do that. We'll swap these two. Yeah, okay. I like the idea of tally and glare then. Yeah, nice. So this E can either go in this position or this position. We're not going to swap it just yet until we figure out where it's going to go. This has to be an L, I think. Yeah. So the K can either go here or at the first letter here, which would be a bit weird. K something RS. This has probably got to be an A. This could be bears. Or we could do label here. But we want to use one of the L's, I think, here. So can't do label. Oh, sorry, B can't be in this word anyway. So B is definitely in this word. And it can't go before the R. It could go here, but no, it can't go here because it's not in this column. So it's definitely going to be bears. Which leaves what? What's this word? We need a K and S. This will be the E. So let's put the E in place. L, A, S and K. Salek? Castle? No. Confused what this word is. I think this is going to be bears, so we'll put this. Lakes. Oh, of course it's lakes. So we can swap these, and we can swap these. Perfect. Not a bad start. So bears, glare, lakes and tally. We take these into Betweenle, which is Wordle alphabetically. So all the words, if you listed them A to Z, all the 5-letter words, we are trying to guess some random word in that list, and we're told, if you looked at a dictionary percentage-wise, what's the gap between the word at the top and the word at the bottom to the word in the middle that you're guessing. So we start with bears. What we're trying to do is use these 4 to make it slightly harder, because you've got 14 guesses otherwise. So we know alphabetically the word we're looking for is 69% of the way through the dictionary from the word bears to this word, and then another 24% gets you down to the end. So it's going to be closer to tally, which means we can freely guess glare and lakes, because it's they're definitely going to be above. And we'll guess tally. Okay, so we're looking for something that is about 9% of the dictionary above tally and about 30% below lakes. So probably around the R's. So let's go for like a rally. Okay, midway between rally and tally. I don't think it'll let me guess. Oh, really? Just to continue with the ALLY. Didn't think it would let you use names, but maybe Sally is something, has another meaning. Okay, so let's go like towards the end of the S's. Maybe Squire? No, we need the U, don't we? What can we get? 5 letters. Maybe still. Let's try that. Okay, significantly higher up. Skill. Okay, that's a lot closer. Let's do shill. Very close to shill. Okay. Maybe shock? Okay. Shirt. There we go. So it's got to be somewhere around this. Not too bad. Right, and then we take this word into Wordle. And this is just standard Wordle. Guess the 5-letter word. Although we play on hard mode, so you have to use letters that you have in the correct spot. So we wouldn't be able to guess something that doesn't start with an S now. It'll actually stop us from doing that. But none of the other letters. So let's go with I was going to go scene, but I don't really like the double E. Let's try scone. Okay, so we have to use an N, and the S and the O's have to be in the same place. We can either go like that. I think I'd rather put it here. Can't do snore. Can't do snows because you don't have. Snobby? I think it need a double B, wouldn't it? Could do a double O. Let's try double O. Wow. Okay, I wonder what this could be. The real traveling option there. Cool, okay. Right, we'll close these. On to Travle. So we're trying to get from the Gambia to Cameroon by the shortest number of border crossings. And if you can get it all in the exact correct order, then that counts as a perfect game. So we're going to go Senegal. And then can we go straight to, is it Mali next? Or do we need Mauritania? Let's try Mali. Yeah. Yeah, then Nigeria, I think, first. No, Niger first and then Nigeria. Almost perfect. We've got +0. Connections. Okay, well, draw, navy, lever, car, kidney, hook, drive, pinto, pull, neutral, dead, low, mung, grab, and reverse. So we're making 4 groups of 4 that have like a common theme between them. It looks like, well, reverse, drive, neutral, and what? What would be? I feel like this is a red herring category. I don't think this counts as a category. So what else would we put these into? Reverse, what could that go with? I think we've got beans here, haven't we? Mung beans, pinto beans, kidney beans, and what's the last one going to be? Well, beans? Draw beans? Draw beans? Don't know why that sounds right, but car beans, drive beans, dead beans, neutral beans, pull beans, low beans, grab beans. Kind of want to go that, but let's see what else we can find. Like hook, pull, draw, and drive to do with golf, right? Not sure about draw in that combination. What would reverse? I mean, sometimes they've got weird categories like what would R stand for, but there's no other R words that would really work here. This is definitely, those 3 are definitely together. It's just figuring out what the 4th one is. And what would liver go with? You can't have liver beans, can you? Not that I know of. Pull, grab, hook, and draw, maybe? Kind of want to put drive in this category, but let's try with that. See if we're one away. Oh no, okay. Maybe we do get this category. But what would that go with? Like gears. Drive, neutral, and reverse on like an automatic car. But car is like an overarching thing there, not necessarily matching with the category. Maybe low. Let's try those. Because sometimes maybe if you can drop into a lower gear, I feel like you just go into drive, but maybe low gives you a bit more traction. Cool, okay. So kidney, pinto, and mung is one. It's 3 of the 4 in that category. So what's the other category? Navy, car, dead, well, or liver. What's a combination? What's a category for these? Pool, right? Dead pool, car pool, whirlpool, Liverpool, as in the city. So navy beans. Can't do navy pool. Yeah, it's got to be something pool for the purple. What are navy beans? Cool. All right. Not too bad. Come back to the mini. Let's do word salad quickly. So we are looking for words that match this theme. The theme is this puzzle is ruthless. And they can go in any order and they can cross back over themselves and stuff like this. So as long as they're connected, you can't like jump across the board from the V to the O, for example. But vicious, ferocious, ferocious. It's almost there. They're ruthless? No. No, we can't do fearless. Just spell ferocious. Can't go back over the O. Can we get feral? No. Ruthless. Oh, it's tricky this time. I feel like we need an eye, yeah. Ah, there we go. I was like, and it felt like we needed the I in there, but didn't think about going to the other O first. There we go. I just noticed though, I think it gives you a clue when you're like one letter away, because the line that I'd drawn had started like pulsing to show I was close to an answer. Okay, so alphabetically we've got one word between ferocious and vicious, and two words alphabetically before, which it's got to be starting with a C or an A or the E, right? CR. Puzzle is ruthless. It's always trickier when they're longer words. What's between the F and the V? S? Can we get serious? No. Ruthless. Can't do like irate or anything like that. Can't get fear. Can we start with the R? Reckless? No. Can't see any of this today. Oh, I didn't mean to click and hold there. I thought you had to hold down for a long time there. Maybe it double clicked by accident. I just wanted to see how many hints I had left. Okay, we know that the first starts with the C. Can we do callous? Oh, it's almost right. Callous. There we go. That's annoying. Didn't want to use that. So we've got a 5 and a 6. And how many letters have we got? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 3 letters that overlap and are used twice. Can we do fierce? Yeah. So this has to start with the C, I think. Or the E. What? Have to go like that, or have to go like that. Cruel. There we go. That was a tough one today. Right, Strands is similar, but with this, we have 9 words in this grid, and I'm pretty sure you can't do the same thing like overlapping, but you can go in any other directions. We're trying to fill the grid with our 9 words that match this theme. We're in this together. So, do we have a team? No? Do we have like a squad? Hey Thomas, how's it going? Welcome in. We will get started on some Godot in a little bit, but just using this to hopefully warm the brain up a little bit. Feel free to offer any answers if you can think of any. In this together. Like a team, like no, squad. In this together, what's that going to be? So there'll be one word as well that has to stretch between 2 sides of the grid. So either the top to bottom or left to right. It doesn't have to end with those sides, but it has to at least touch both sides. And also that spangram, which is the word that crosses the grid, can be multiple words. It kind of like is the overarching theme of the rest of the words. Like a flock? Okay, collective nouns then is maybe what we're looking for. Like a pack. Yeah, we've got a pack and a herd. Starting to spot them now. Colony. Yeah. Maybe our spangram is group name. There we go. What's this? A knot? We've got a school, a pride, and a swarm. Nice. Once you get like one or two, then you figure out what type of words you're looking for. Makes it a lot easier. Okay, I'm finishing off with the mini, and then we'll get on to some Godot. Goofy term for a pad on a cat's foot. Toe bean. Tummy is stomach or belly, maybe? Purple flower symbolizes one's first love. Don't know. Matures as cheese. Ripen? No. Maybe mold? I'm not too sure about that. We're coming back to that. A feathery farm female is a hen. Sad colour jokes about in viral TikTok videos. No idea. This is Ellen, so mold is going to be wrong. Oh wait, this has got to be beige. 'Tis a pity, alas. Home o mama. Muma. New York City, probably. So it's probably a lilac. And just kind of meh. Bleh. No? Blur? What are we missing? A. It's a... Blah. Okay. Almost there. It's like ages is not going to work, but ages does. Right. So, back to where we were on our Godot, on our little battler that we're making. So we've got our unit placements and then start of like showing movement squares and stuff like that. Oh, what happened there? Grid status, column row. So where did we click? We clicked here to place the inventory. Invalid access of index 4 on base object of type array. What were we trying to access? Column 4, row 7. Grid status is empty. Why is grid status empty? Create grid has not occurred. Why has that not occurred? We not called our reset? Map calls is 9. So we should have done this. Why have we not called create grid? Because our game phase is wrong. Where's our game phase? What's our current state? Is 1. Current state is 1, which is setup. Okay, because we're not resetting this, are we? Yeah, when we finish our reset, we need to do current state is equal to game phase dot lobby, because we're going back to the lobby. That's why. So actually we set this to 0. Can we trigger this to run without restarting? No, I don't think so. Oh, but if we let this play, and if we go back to the main menu, start the game, select our 9x9 map. Is that going to have fixed it? Array size 9. Yeah, now we can place. Good. What do we do? Do we do mushroom? No? What units remaining? One of those. Okay, that's fine. So, that's all good. The next thing I want to do is look at Git in Godot. So I'm going to start by reading the docs on the version control systems. And we're going to see how we get on with this. I don't know. We might use the plugin, which we started having a look at last time. I've already got Git installed for other work that I do, so that's fine. So go and select version control and install it that way. I mean, it'd be good to see everything in the Godot inspector scenes and stuff like that. Oh, is it just going to display my email address though? That's the annoying thing. I mean, like I said before, I think this popped up a few times anyway on stream, so it's kind of known. So can we get from here? Is there like a plugin menu somewhere here? Tools? No. Maybe project settings? Plugins? No? I want to create my own. We got plugins somewhere here. Share globals groups, no. No, it doesn't look like it's there. Asset library. Okay, this might be where we look for it. Sort by. No, can we not do popularity? Tools, probably. Let's just search for. Let's search for version control first. Just in case there's something other than Git that we want to try and use. Godot version. What is that? No. I feel like this is to update the version of Godot that we have, like 4 point something. Version check, version code, tailset convert. Okay, let's search for Git then. Godot Git Plugin, which is that name that we just seen. And there's a GitHub to itch conversion. Let's have a look here. The official plugin lets you interact with Git without leaving the Godot editor. Only compatible with 4.1 plus. We're on 4.3. That's fine. Okay, these we probably need to set up without showing on stream. So let's try this. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, then how do we use it? Where's the settings for this? Installed it. Where do I see what it does? Plugins? Ah, here. Enabled. Unable to load. What? Version control settings. Okay, here we go. Connect to VCS. Remote settings are empty. VCS features. Okay, let's have a look more at some of the docs here. So that, I think, is what we've just done. Now usage. When the product loads up, you're greeted with a Godot editor that you know and love. However, you have the options to open... Yeah, okay, select version control settings. Here. Then click Connect to VCS and optionally enter your remote details to use the network features of this plugin. Oh, we can just do this locally then, which is all we need for this project at the moment. So this will just hopefully run Git in the project folder that I have on this computer. And if I want to, I can then hook it into my remote GitHub repository later on, because all we're doing is we're only using this for version control history, like so we can roll back changes and stuff like that, because we're not worrying about the working with the team aspects of version control just yet. That might be something we look at more detail down the line, but so I don't have to share all this username password for Git. I think we're just going to go with this. So now where do I handle version control stuff? I've selected it. Okay, back to the help. If you're not able to see Git plugin option, that's fine. Issues, known issues with SSH authentication, so consider using HTTPS with a personal access token. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. So maybe we swap to just using standard GitHub at some point, but for the moment this should work. Oh, they've even got a step-by-step guide for how to do it. That's fine. The git ignore and git attributes file will be automatically created if not already present. Their contents picked up from here. In case your git repository root is not the same as your project root, then the plugin should detect the closest git repository in the parent directories. If this file system walk fails, okay, that's fine. Both unified and split views are supported. Okay, but where is this? Try making your right sidebar wider. Oh, is it here? Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay. Right, so this will be our initial commit. I kind of want to see what this git ignore. Ignores the Godot root directory and the Android directory. I don't know if I want to put all of these. Like, it's not really necessary to put all of the textures and stuff in as well. But that's fine. Let's stage them. Is it thinking about it? Yeah, it's thinking about it. Let's commit as initial commit. Unit placement. And map selection. Currently stable. Just so I've got a rough idea of where that initial commit occurred. And that's it, commit changes. Okay, so that's all good. Can we... How small can we make this before we lose the commit? Just there. Okay, so then how would we roll back a change? Let's see. So we spin this up. This is all fine. Open's fine. Let's say, for instance, on our main menu, we just put in how do we change this color? I can't remember. Oh, that's just a background. Okay. Let's say like we accidentally had the wrong size on this. And we saved this. Oh, why do we lose that tab? That's weird. Why is there a warning? Modified. Okay. Oh, that's weird because the arrows are there. Kind of like completely throws off. Yeah, this inspector window is still a little bit buggy. It's understandable, it's all open source code. Right, so then if we commit this, why is it still a warning though? Did we not save it? We did save it. Just that it's modified. Okay, so it shows what the change is. So let's say test commit changing changed main menu background sites. So if we commit this is now our current state, and then if we can click on this, we can't click on that. Okay. Oh no, maybe we can. Just took a little while. use splits. So this is all the stuff that was in that. Is this revert? No. We're on the main branch. That's how many commits to show. Force push, create new branch, remove branch, create new remote. No. How do we go back to this? Let's have a look at the docs again. It's probably very clearly explained here. Very slow to update. I think maybe because this initial commit has a lot of changes in. It feels like, yeah, because I can change to the test commit very quickly. But if I click on the initial commit, that's what that's like. It's a good 5 or 6 seconds. Oh, that's useful. Can undock this. That might be something we do if we need a bit more space. What will we fetch? No, these are going to be our remote options, aren't they? So both Unipad and split views are supported. Click on the file names of the commits to open their differences. Okay, so if we look at our main menu scene, show in file manager. No, it's going to take me here. That's no good. I kind of like trying to figure out first before reading the documents too much, because then you end up normally cementing it in your memory a bit better. Staged and unstaged files, double click on the file names to remove them from staged to unstaged. Okay. Commit changes, that's fine. Once you've written your commit message properly, you can then use Control and Enter to commit all staged files instantly or all unstaged files in case the staged area is empty. The commit edit, okay, that's fine. Branches, use multiple remotes and push pull fetch. New changes to a Git remote. So yes, we do want to start using branches so that we leave our main branch as like a stable version. But I just want to see, how do we roll back? The whole point of Git is so that we can roll back, right? Where's version control settings? View their differences, stage and unstaged files, commit to Git, commit history and metadata, is there really no option to roll back? unless I'm misinterpreting, I think these buttons are for remote, for the remote version of the repo, to push and pull from it, and to fetch the branch lists. I think force push is to push your changes up to the remote. So can we even do like merge branching? Let's call this feature test. Doesn't seem to have like most of the Git functionality. I don't know if that's me missing some information, but pass to exclude. Yeah, okay. So, do we have... Do we have the Git Desktop App? No, okay. No, alright. Well, we've got the functionality that we kind of want out of it anyway. So the main thing being that we're now tracking changes using Git. Doesn't really matter that in Godot we don't have the option to roll back, because as long as the changes are being tracked. I don't like this. Has it tried to connect to... Yeah. Like, where has it found that connection? I'm surprised at that. I wonder if it's worth checking. Let's let me just have a quick look at my Git account off stream. Is there a way that this is connected somehow? No. Okay. I think we'll just stick with that for the moment. It's tracking changes. That's the most important thing. I kind of wanted to get rid of the latest commit though. But it's fine. We can just change this ourselves. And then it will just say how many files are ready to commit, won't it? Yeah, the commit one. It's a bit unfortunate. So as we go into double digits, this will probably hide again. So if we give it a bit more space so that it can go into double digits on that commit, then we're not going to lose it. Okay. Okay, because I tried forming the fetch. That's why that errored. That's fine. Right, so we'll leave that as is for the moment, and we'll revisit that. I might go and set up a remote repo and do those configuration bits another time off stream. just because I don't want to obviously show public and private key data and all that kind of stuff. Any issues with this? I think also we might end up not using this extension, this plugin. We might just use the a standard either Git Bash interface or just the standard Git for desktop, which is quite good for visualization. And let's have a quick look at these as well, just in case there's anything I'm missing with the setup. Let's try that. It's a 36-minute one. Might come back to that. Okay.
Hello everyone. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to use GitHub with Godot 4. Please make sure you create an account and download a GitHub desktop for whichever operating system you own. It will be linked in the description down below. Head over to your project in Godot. Right click on the press
GitHub desktop.
Copy. Head over to your GitHub
We're just going to skip through this fairly quickly, so
create your repository. You can name it.
I'm not going to bother pausing the music.
You can add a description. I will just put this.
So yeah, just
Press create repository. Now you can press publish repository. Publish.
okay. So you just point it to the file structure.
That last commit. If you go ahead and head over to that repository online, you can head to settings. If you want to add someone as a collaborator, you can go to collect. Currently, my repository. Keep in mind that this only allows people to view and then they'll have to create what's called to merge that code with you.
Yeah, kind of like this. It's just using. The thing is, you'll have to remember to go back to the GitHub Desktop app at the end of every session, that's okay. Just see if they do anything different.
If you're new to Godot, or maybe new to making games in Gale, save your butt.
Wait, are we already
New
using
project and
by default
so
maybe?
GitHub desktop. There's so many different and look at Go and look at icons. We said things here to track these files, but our git log and that's there. And then let's go ahead and hit main. Now if we run it, we'll select our current scene as the main one and we'll see our SVG get rendered. If we go back over here and look at Git, you see that project.godot has been modified, and you can see the default run main scene has been set to main. And then if we do cat on main.tscn, there's just a whole bunch of stuff about what's in the scene. The sprite2d, which references our SVG file and all that good. And if you get
Okay.
no sort.
I think we're going to go to GitHub Desktop. I think that's probably the most likely, well, the simplest thing to use. Right, okay. Let's have a little think about how we're going to do version control. Not version control, sorry. Really not thinking there. We want to have a look at how we're going to do our game management. That's what we want to do. So we want to do a little state machine. And we're also going to change this up a bit. So this is what we want our lobby to be like. Maybe we want our setup. So our setup's going to swap around these two tiles. Let's say we end up with like 6 of these here. select that in the background? I can. That's going to go here. And then we're going to put basically a shadow over the top. Say like, you can't place, you're not allowed to place units here. Let's maybe do like a 20%. That's nothing at all. Let's do like a 70%, maybe 60. Might even want a like outline here. So no fill, stroke. Do like a bright yellow or something like that. And do it like 10 outside. So something like this. So once we've made our selections in the lobby of like what your squad is going to be, you go through to the setup phase, and this will be the setup window. Actually, let's group some stuff so it's not all so crazy in here. This is going to be our lobby UI. This lot is the setup UI. We can get rid of this. That was just a screenshot. So something more like that, which will replace this. So this number of units goes away. When we select a map, we want a little preview window here to show what the map will look like. Which probably we just want to have maybe a low res image of what the map selected looks like. At the moment, it doesn't make sense to do it at the moment because we're just using these all as placeholders. But once we design some maps and stuff like that, then we'll have some screenshots to show. So then once we've placed all our units down, we then want to start the game. And this is what we need to start thinking about a design for. So let's do something like this. I'm going to start designing a little state machine. So maybe we can do a flowchart. Let's put a text box in the middle of this. 32 might be alright. Game start. That's going to be impossible to read. Let's change this color. Where is... got like a default color palette somewhere. Maybe let's have a quick look on low spec. Game assets, pixel art. There we go. So we're probably going to look for some palette for this game some point soon. Can we just get like a... Let's go by downloads for the moment. Autumn Glow. Max 20 maybe. should use the Pico 8 one to start with. This looks quite nice. It's quite a lot of variation. I don't think we want to go with like the two-tone. I know it's 6 colors, but like kind of monotone gradient here. This is also quite cool. I'm sure we've looked at Steam Lords before. Rust gold, no. Indecision, it's probably a good one. Because I'm not making a good decision here. Maybe let's do that. It's got quite a good variety. Save as. Where is our pixel palettes? Streaming assets? No. Go up to desktop. Pixel art palettes. Save this here. And then let's import. Can I just paste here? I don't know what's going to be paste. I don't think we want to do that. Oh, here. It's going to be tiny. Let's blow it up a bit. Right, that'll do for the moment. So let's pick some colors off of this. Let's go with a green for a start. And we'll change our font. What's going to match well on this? Can I not center this? There we go. Probably just to make it a bit easier to read, let's do a little stroke around. Like, 5's going to be a bit too extreme. This is completely unnecessary, but it just makes it a bit easier to read. Okay, and then we'll group that. Right, so when the game starts, we're going to start with, I guess, deciding who goes first. Player 1 or 2. So our game is going to be a 2-player game versus, this needs to be a decision tree, which I think we represent by doing 45-degree angle on this. We make the width and height the same. Let's go 300 and 300. We will center this in here. Why does that not look like 45 degrees? And we probably don't want rounded edges on these ones. This should be sharp. Just doing a simple process flow is going to be the idea of this. And we're going to have to do arrows. These are going to have to be super thick. That's good. We're going to do, what, like a bright blue? No. Yellow? It's nice and easy to see. And I want this to be triangle arrow. Cool. Okay, so decide who starts. And then regardless, really, it's going to have to be the same, 20 thickness, center, this color. So we'll duplicate this and we'll flip it. And then there, one turn. It's still going to be pretty simple to start with. Or player 2 turn. Where's the center? I thought I should get a line here to show where it lines up with the center. Okay, so how do we want to make this decision? That's one question to come to. Center this, center that. So this could just be a coin flip, or it could be the person who set up on the lobby, or it could be the person who joins the lobby. Because you have a home advantage if you've picked the rules. But if you're joining someone else's game, then you get to go first. I think I want to randomize this. So maybe let's do this notification like this, like not notification, but information. Go with a light line here, and then we'll do a box. Maybe just another one of these, like this. And this is going to be blue, sure, less rounded. It can be like a 10. Randomize. Or lobby host. Or what's going to be the opposite of lobby host? Lobby joiner? Doesn't really make sense to me. I'm just going to call it joiner for the moment. Okay, and then on a player's turn, so let's start with one setup. So I've got a few different ideas of how I want the turn order to work. I'm still working on this idea that I think there's going to be 3 phases to a player's turn. So I think there's going to be a scout phase. Ooh. Let's just say like player scout, because then if I get these to both join in, and then we can loop round to go to the opposite. And this is going to involve select unit. Oh, no, they didn't duplicate. Why did it not duplicate? Probably duplicated the wrong thing there. Then select cell. No, select the group. There we go. Show results. We'll go and frame everything and auto align and do all that stuff in a bit. So it's the player's turn. They can either, well, if the game is set up so that it's a scout phase first, they select a unit. If they deselect, it goes back round into being select a unit. So let's think, if you've got a map, let's have a look on our large map. So let's say you've got some units on the map, and you're told here, it's going to say scouting phase. I mean, we get given, if we leave it like this, we can use a lot of space on either side. Maybe we centralize the board when we're actually in the game, so it's no longer set up. If we centralize the board now, then we can use the left and right hand side to give information to the player. You can say what the current phase is and what action the player can take. So it's going to be scouting phase, select a unit. When you select a unit, it will show, maybe not in green, maybe in yellow, the region you can scout. And then you select the pattern, or maybe there's a confirm button here. I'm thinking along the lines of each unit's scout. So for scout, I'm planning to have fog of war that exists on your opponent's side of the board. Well, it exists on the whole board really. And each unit will have a different scouting pattern. So if you click on the unit, it will show you the scout pattern, and then you click to confirm. Right. So actually clicking on random cells that aren't your units won't matter. Yeah, I think regardless of what happens, we're going to say when you're in the scout phase, you select a unit, you're shown the scout's pattern, and you can confirm or you can select another unit. So actually, there's no select cell for the scout. Actually, this needs to be like confirm, player confirm. We want to make sure that we give them an option not to change their scout selection. And then we show the results. But maybe what we do, I'm dithering at the moment whether we give the option to just do like one action per turn for the player. There's a whole load of different options we can do here. So regardless of what you're doing here, if the phase order is determined in the lobby, then we do a process like this. Or if instead we have a player option, then we would select the unit first, and then based on that unit selection, we do that. And actually move and attack, we'll need to do how are these not aligned? They should be aligned. Anyway, now we need a select cell for these. And then this one will be maybe select direction. Or select cell or direction. Yes, depending on the attack pattern of the unit. How is that center? There we go. Right, so that's the order here. If we say the player can select the pattern. So actually these we want to replace with these. Player attack, player, we want to replace these. So delete those and paste. So that's roughly what a player's move options are. And then it just loops, right? Goes around to the opposite player. Yeah, okay. So what are the potential options here? So either we go here, let's do it like this, and duplicate that. Not quite what I had in mind. Or that. Or this. It's got to be a much better way of doing this, but started like this, so this will do. I mean, Figma is probably not the best program for this kind of chart. Before we do that, let's maybe select all of these. What's the auto layout shortcut? Shift A. We'll make that 150, that's fine. No, that's not right. Oh, I did Control A, not Shift A. 50. I guess player confirm and show results is shared, so we don't have to repeat it. That didn't duplicate at all. Why did I not? There we go. Okay, now, no. This is going to be so annoying. Right, center align everything. No spacing. This arrow is now going to be 100. Way thinner. So maybe like 4. Bit bigger. I'll start learning the shortcuts on Figma at some point. Okay, and then we duplicate that. And we shift it in between. Nice and easy. Okay, so then the same for this. We want to center align it 0. And then we want to paste a couple of these arrows in this group. In this group as well. Center 0. Paste an arrow in. I'm going to put this in between. Outside that group. There we go. Actually, we can add a group layout to this. You're at 250. Top center line. Just easier to move stuff around once they're all connected all together like that. Okay, and then so from all of those, they come back to here. Guess we want to do this again. So this is a terrible way of doing it, but it will work good enough. We're going to copy this. Yeah, going to put it in with this group. No, not that. This and this. We're on a align. 0 gap. Center aligned. And I'll paste in that and reorder. Okay, we're getting somewhere. And then we want to say from this results, we either let's move this over to this side. We can either come back in here. So yeah, what we want to do is let's get one of these ones. So from show results, and actually we can have, sorry, I'm doing a lot of like half thoughts here, or I'm speaking about half thoughts because as I'm deciding, changing my mind. So like this goes all the way back up to like here, right here. Hey Manny Frog, how's it going? Yeah, I decided it's probably time to start doing some like design for what I want to build out in the game. So is this player turn over? Oh wait, I wasn't typing there. What about I probably just changed a load of things with some shortcuts. Okay, that's fine. Don't want to have that selected. We want to select type. How's it going? How's your week going so far? Can probably do it like this. No, I want to do... Not enough sleep, too much game time. Oh, why is that? Don't know why my music paused there for a second, but... what kind of game dev do you do? Are you... Godot, Unity? You doing it as a hobby, or is there something full-time? Let's bring that forward. So if the player turns not... This is Figma. It's not the best tool to do this kind of stuff in. And actually, there's probably... Even saying that, I bet there's different file types. The whiteboard project's probably better to use. Which I probably should have had a look at. But I've started this already, so... We'll see how it goes. Maybe for the next one we'll use a proper program for it. Oh wow. Been in the industry for about 20 years as a 3D artist. So I'm gonna say Blender, but could be is it Maya? Or there's probably loads of different 3D tools you can use now. Blender's the only one that I've had any experience with. But that's because it's all free and open source. So. But yeah, currently freelancing by day and hobbying around in Godot by night. Ah, nice. How are you finding Godot? I've basically like just started. I've probably been using it. Well, what's this? This is... where's my stream title? This is the 8th stream of this project, and this is my like first real project in Godot. I've done 2 tutorials, and that's about it. 3ds Max user for 23 years until 2020. Switched to Blender permanently and never looked back. Yeah, it feels like Blender's now... It feels like it should be the industry standard now. I don't know. I don't know if that's a bit biased, but all the videos that I've watched about like people comparing different tools seem to think that Blender has all of the functionality now and is only like improving on the competition. Whereas some of the other tools are so like really expensive and getting a bit bloated, and unless you've got like a very specific problem that you need to use those other tools for, it seems like there's no real reason to not go for the free one. But again, that's probably just a very naive view of it that I get from outside the industry. I bet a lot of industry professionals have countless reasons to use one or the other. Right, this is a very chunky looking chart, but it's kind of enough to get an idea. So really in our state machine, it doesn't matter what type of setup we do. We have one decision tree occurring here, and we have another one occurring here. And that will be it. The company you work for, but then started using Blender for making assets. I ended up only using Maya for exporting. Oh, right. Nice. But yeah, so enjoying using Blender now then, I guess. if you're not looking back. Right, do I need to put anything more into this decision tree? Because I guess really the only other thing here is coming out here, which will just be our game over. Maybe we put that down here before we do end of turn. Let's put one there. And this will be like win condition. Maybe win condition completed. And then this is just going to be show end screen. I mean, that could just be show results as well. I don't need to worry about changing what that's going to look like. And then I guess on top of all of this sits the lobby cycle. Which after this, oh, actually this now needs to be an arrow. Got any upward facing arrows? No. So what kind of things are you working on in Godot? Are you actually started a game yet, or are you like learning it? Let's get down here. If you're doing it as like a bit of a hobby, I wonder how you're getting on. I really don't need to align all of these pixel perfect, but I don't know why. Something's making me want to. Technically this should be an arrow, shouldn't it? Start a project, then working on it a couple of weeks, realize it overscoped into yeah. Overscoping is like that's where everyone goes through that. I'm trying to keep this a nice and simple prototype project, just to get an understanding of Godot. So I've done my history in game dev stuff is I used to do web development stuff, and then decided I wanted to try and get into game dev, and did a couple of game jams using Unity, and then I've just switched over to Godot. So it's been over the course of like the last maybe 2 years, but in that whole 2 years I've done like I think 3 proper game jams, so that's only like 3-day weekends every now and then a couple of maybe like a couple of months worth of work in total. So I've just come into Godot from Unity with that amount of experience, and so it's kind of like very basic, still beginner level. It's probably a total of maybe like 4 months worth of development over those years and just like odd bits and pieces of time that I can get. So I'm trying to start with something nice and small. Although the main scope of this is going to be figuring out how multiplayer works. I figure that's going to be easily the biggest challenge here. But this is going to be, I think, hopefully not too difficult. The whole, like, the actual game should be fairly simple. If I stick to a grid system, I only have to worry about moving up and down and all that kind of stuff. But who knows? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Does this cover everything? So with our lobby selections, we can determine a player's turn as being either you get to choose one of these actions, or you do all three actions in a certain order, or you have freedom to choose which order, but you have one of each action. I think regardless of what happens there, though, we can still use this loop to drive it. And all that really changes in one of those situations is if the player has all three actions to use, or can choose which action to do, they would probably have an option to select the unit first and then select the action. Does that make sense? And is there any issue with the way this is being set up? Recently started reading the documentation more. Realized there's a function you didn't know and others that I took for granted. Yes, yeah. The Godot documentation is so well written in my eyes. There's a lot that you can do just from looking at the documentation here. The main issue I've been butting my head into is the inspector of dictionary. It's probably like 2 of my streams so far there's been like half has been dedicated to figuring out why this dictionary wasn't working properly. And it turns out that there's a slight bug in the inspector. The issue I was using this dictionary to track where the units have been placed. I go back to like here. So let's say we got a few of these units. At the moment, there's nothing placed on the grid, so it's an empty dictionary. And the issue I was having was like I'd place in units, and then I'd try and remove a unit. So let's say we remove. Oh wait, these C0 R6. That's wrong anyway. Just reading up what the default methods are in the most basic node of nodes called node gave me several epiphanies. Ooh, I might need to have a look at that. Why is that placed in the wrong slot? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, because I already had the keys from before. Right, so yeah, this is again the same issue just came up there, is that this view in the inspector of a dictionary doesn't update the values of the keys when you clear out the dictionary or when you remove an entry, all it works on is it removes the last entry in the key list. And you have to like reload the state for it to update and pull the correct keys in, which took me so long to figure out what was happening. So for example here, in column 3, row 6, which is, because it's 0 indexed, it's this 4th column, it's this bush here. That's our first entry in this dictionary. But if I click on this unit to remove it, what's going to happen is it will shift all the values up 1, because it knows this entry has been removed, but it keeps the keys. So it will say that it will delete this C7R7 key, but the values will say it will start infantry, 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 and bush. So if we do that, we got rid of the C7R7. We've still got the key showing this cell, which is incorrect. But if we reload the state, it'll then update, and it will now show the correct cells. So it's some bug with how this representation of our state is being shown in this inspector. And that was giving me so many headaches. But it turns out the code underneath is working as expected. It's just the display here. Yeah, you have to like manually refresh the inspector panel anytime there's a change to a dictionary. No idea what that is. Sorry to say. So if it's to do with the script, we have this game state here, and all it is this placed units variable is just a key, a dictionary. So that's why when we're looking at the remote window, you get more functionality out of the inspector panel of your type the script tool. Oh, okay. What, so you just say, because at the moment all I'm doing is using this to check that the game state is correctly, like it's just useful to know what the game state is doing. But you're saying like if I do like an at tool here, must be at the top before the extends. Okay. Honestly, the warnings and stuff are so good. Mainly for being able to run the script in edits. Oh, okay, right. Can I? Mark the current script as a tool script, allowing it to be loaded and executed in the editor. Okay. Ooh, okay. This looks really, really cool. Yeah, I can understand where that would be displaying incorrectly. At the moment, though, this is just, I think this is just a bug in the way this inspector window is coded to deal with dictionaries. I need to look into this, though. Go to execute winning game. Okay. Any other GD script that your tool script uses must also be a tool. Any GD script without tool is used by the editor will act like an empty file. Okay. So it's just a way to run useful information in the editor at editor time, yeah, rather than runtime. That's quite cool. Notify property list changed. Let's have a quick look. Setting exported variables from a tool script. And changing exported value in tool mode. Yeah, this might be an option to tell the inspector to update. But yeah, this is just a dictionary. This should be like inbuilt functionality in my eyes. This is the line of code that's updating the dictionary, and this erase function is just a standard dictionary method. So if I look in here for like, wait, I want to keep those open. Let's go here. So we look for a dictionary. This is just addictive, yeah. Yeah, so this is a built-in data structure that holds key value pairs. And if I go to the methods, it has an erase method that you pass it the key for the entry that you want to remove from the dictionary. It's probably something to do with this issue that maybe the inspector iterates over the keys in the dictionary to show you the list of keys. So when you call erase, even though the code I'm doing calls it without iterating, maybe the inspector displays using iteration, and that's why it doesn't update. That's probably what's happening, but I don't know enough about like looking into what the Godot engine's doing. I'm sure we can have a look into the actual source code and figure out what's actually happening there, but I kind of want a bit of a better understanding first before I start doing stuff like that. Because it's most likely a case that I'm doing something wrong. So there's no point raising an issue where it's user error. But how are we gonna? But yeah, sorry, that was that was just a slight aside. So I think this is probably our full game state machine, and just this order can be changed around depending on how we want the game to run. Assuming the inspect panel just needs to be refreshed. So all you have to do is get it updated. It's deselecting. Yeah, probably so. Oh, are you saying I can just do... Notify property list changed. Problem is, because we're returning from here, I don't actually have space to run the code here before the return. So where else can I do it? I mean, we could do it here and test it. Is this expecting some value? Property string name. Returns true? No. Notify property list. Emits the property list change signal. Okay. So when we clear placed units. I mean, yeah, okay, let's see if that works. If we reload. So let's do setup first, where we put some values in. And then we look at our remotes. So C1R6 is where our first unit in the dictionary is. If we go back round to start game, that's cleared. But the question is the first entry going to be C1R6? So as long as we don't click on that, no, okay. So it's still using the old key, even with that list change. Because it is updating the list, it's just not getting the right keys. It's basically still thinking, oh, I know what the first key is for this dictionary. The last time we used the dictionary, the first key in the list was this C1R6. So considering I'm being told here when the unit's placed that a new entry is being added, I don't need to update the value. Like, I think even if I put this here after I update the dictionary, which is here, that row, I don't think that's gonna make any difference. Ooh, or did it? Okay, C8 R6. Maybe that did work. No, C8 R6. No, okay. Is it because I saved on here and then reopened? No. If I get rid of this line and save, yeah, then it reloads these. So there's something not telling it to reload this list. And this code didn't do it. But as long as I'm keeping track of that, as long as I'm aware of the fact that if I want to see a dictionary state in here, I just have to refresh it manually, it's fine. Then I'll still be okay. This will still work. Just something to keep track of. Okay. So I think this is what we're looking for. So maybe do we have to design a game scene? Let's think what that will have to look like. So this is our, let's group this, just so it's a bit easier to navigate here. So this is our gameplay flowchart. Oh, chat. Right, so how are we going to do our gameplay scene? So I think we want to have our map centered. Let's change this to like a confirm button. I'm not worried too much about like theme design and all that kind of stuff just yet. We're just using a lot of this as placeholders. These should be grouped. You're going to go center of the button. No, not the group. We want the text to be centered. There we go. Get rid of this one. No, didn't want to do that either. Come on, let me select these. There we go. Let me get rid of those. So current phase maybe. Oh no, let's say this says like scouting phase. And then we want a short description here. Select unit to scout. Oh, scout. This one. Something like this. So this will be like grayed out. Do we have any unit pictures on here? No. Let's maybe just take one of these. Place you in here. And let's say that's like a outside border. Something like that, which is what we're going to look at when we select. Maybe what we do . Do something like this. I'm going to break this for a second. So let's say, for example, that this unit scout, it's going to look so messy, can like scout the squares in front in a pattern like this. So if you click on the unit, this kind of pattern will show up and you can click confirm and then it will reveal what's in these locations. It's that kind of thing that we're looking at. That could work. Okay, so the things we need to think about is in our setup screen, we need to change the UI so that it shows which cells you can place your units on a bit clearer, because at the moment it's a bit ambiguous here. So we can't click anywhere at the top here, we can only click on the bottom 3 rows because that's what's allowed, because the opposing player will have the top 3 rows and then there's always got to be a bit of gap in between. Rather than having this drop down list, because this doesn't tell you how many of each unit you've got remaining, so there's still a guesswork going on here. We should have the unit profiles with the number next to them. And what else? Then when we click through to confirm, I think we just did inventory, okay. Then on this screen, we want the map to move to the middle. We want to have something to indicate what the phase is. Maybe on the left, maybe on the right, I don't know. And then when we select a unit, based on the phase, we show different patterns of squares. Now for the moment, we're just going to change the colors. And we'll try out a few different patterns based on the unit type. Just so that we can set up like the functionality of it, and we'll see how that works. So we need some buttons to confirm and move on to the next phase and all that kind of stuff. But what might have to happen is, because at the moment our play scene here does the setup and the game. But I wonder if we migrate to a new scene, if we call this like the setup scene, and once we confirm we move to a play scene that puts the game in the center, will we be able to populate the map based on our game states? We should be able to. Okay, I'm going to do a quick break here. Get a coffee, stretch my legs, take a little break away from the screen for a few minutes, and then we're going to come back and start implementing that. Oh, according to the internet, this might help. Notify property list change call deferred. Oh, okay, thank you. Let's give that a try quickly before we do our break. So in our script here, I'm going to try that there. And let's try it also here. Thank you for looking, by the way. Don't need to do that. So we start, we select up some units, we put it on a map. And let's do some units like this. Seems a proper fix in the pipeline. This was mentioned as a workaround. Oh, so it has been reported before then. I did try having a look, but I couldn't find anything about it. Okay, so we've got C0R6. Now this won't work because we're not calling it here. If we refresh, we've now got C2R7 as the first one. we confirm and go around to the main menu, select a new map. If the first entry is C2R7, so let's select this unit. No, that's still not worked. Because it's still remembering the old key that was the first key in the dictionary there. So we've just done... We've cleared place units and done that call. And then we've just placed a unit and we've done these two calls. But it's still saying C2R7, which is like here, I think. Oh, thanks for the follow. And yeah, thanks for trying to bug fix. Yeah, just refreshing it. I don't mind having to refresh it for the moment. The other thing as well is I'm also using an array to track where things are as well, so I will be cross-checking against them. So part of the just like unit tracking in total will compare the values between these two, the dictionary and the array, just in case there's any like I'm worried about desync with server and player versions, so having multiple ways of tracking what's correct is going to be useful. So for the moment I'm kind of keeping track of it anyway. But yeah, it would always be useful to be able to just look at this and be, oh, that's fine. Yeah, I might look into doing something like that as a workaround, but considering this is just going to be for my use when I'm doing some testing, I'm not too worried about it. Because most of the things should just be displayed on here. Like I'm only looking at this if something goes wrong here. So I think we're okay for the moment, but yeah. Thanks anyway. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna quickly take a break just to get a coffee and refresh the focus a little bit. So just gonna do a quick be right back screen. I think I can do this one. Yeah. So back in a couple of minutes. Feel free to get up and stretch and refresh a little bit. Back in a sec. Right. So, next thing, let's clear this off the screen. Okay, plan now is we're going to start implementing this idea. Now we can either do an update to our setup. Maybe we call this like deployment screen rather than setup. But we got that working. Let's get onto this bit. So there's a few things to think about here. So we kind of want to place our game scene I'm thinking whether or not it's best to do a separate scene and we can unload the setup GUI entirely. Because if part of the play scene, we don't have the functionality in the play scene at all to place units, there's no need for any of that code to be like in the active scene. Our map is the one that's drawing the units on. So we probably need to have a little think about this. So where we're calling unit placed is from our map. Oh wait, we're not even using the event bus here, are we? Let's just double check. Are we using event bus? No, we're not admitting to the signal, so actually this line is not doing anything. Okay, so we've decided here how this is going to work. I think the next thing we need to do is figure out how signals are going to be passed around. So we're going to have to do another diagram. We can get rid of this for the moment. We don't need that one anymore. That's fine. Where are these rectangles? They're part of this lobby scene. So let's put these four in here, and we need to call this something other than setup UI. This is going to be gameplay UI. Let's call it. Let's keep this nice and focused. Right, let's get a copy of one of these groups. and let's figure out what we're going to do. So let's call this our event bus. Helps if I select the text properly. Event bus. So this is going to show us all the signals that we're going to pass around. So let's give it a new color as well. Rather than this, we're going to go, let's go for like a red. Cool, that'll do. So what are the scripts that we're going to be running? So we're going to have a unit. We're just going to call this unit. That's fine. So all we're going to do is plan out here what methods and properties. So actually, maybe we're doing like class design in a way here. I don't know why I just moved those around, but there's probably a reason. So this is going to be our... So let's say we've got a lobby manager. Center that. That does not look centered. Why is that not centered? It's weird. Center it twice. We're going to have a deployment manager. It might have to be 2 lines. Nope, just about. Just figure out all of these different scripts that will need to be run at various times. And I think what we're going to start working out is the interactions between each of these scripts. It's going to be quite a design focused stream today. But it's always useful to have a good design. Hopefully it will add a bit of focus on the progress. So this will be like a game phase manager. I guess I don't need to call these all managers, but we're going to go with this for the moment. We'll probably rename some of these as determining on like what scripts they need to be called. Center. So this is probably more a state machine. Should we give it a different color because it's a state machine? Let's do that. This rectangle, you're gonna now be one of these other colors. Let's do like a blue. Okay, so the event bus is going to be sat in the middle of everything. Unit's going to be at the bottom. These managers are going to be on this side. State machine is also on this side. I'm seeing this as like cooling down from top level. So I think things on the right will be emitting user interactions up to the event bus, which then goes up to these, and then decisions can trickle back down. It's kind of how I'm going to see this. So we're going to have the unit, and we're also going to have the map then. I've got no idea where this is going, by the way. I'm just just plodding through it and see what comes out. So what we're getting at the moment from the unit, it's just if the unit gets clicked. I wonder if this is still... this is handling this or not. So we've got this check here to determine if we've just spawned, don't handle the click. But it's possible that we need to change this anyway. Let's just double check if this is happening. Current state. And state spawn will be 0. So how do I read? I need to read the value, which is done like that. Okay. So we do state, current state. Only string or string name can be used as index for type state. Maybe it's just current state then. How are we doing this? I want it to output the word instead of, so like this word here. Oh, we're not doing that here anyway, are we? Do you have any dot options? let's have a look at the docs again. So we're going to leave that open because that's a useful tab. In here, we want to look at enum it's going to be miles down. How do we find this easier? Enum methods. Scripting, TD script, reference, and we're skipping this song. Something a bit calmer, please. Right, enums, literals, no. Can we click on you? Nope. Right, enums, basically shorthand for consonants, pretty useful, yes. Keys in a named enum are not registered as global consonants, they're accessed using the prefix by the enum's name. State jump 5, prints 5. Use dictionary methods, keys. Prints that, prints the values. So how do I print out the name of the key? Oh, is it literally just a dictionary as well? Oh, okay. That changes things. Make get key. Get key does not exist on state. What does exist? Find key. Not quite. Maybe. Let's see first what happens with that then. Jumping around a little bit here, but kind of want to see what this is doing. So yeah, it is triggering the event clicked on spawn. So why are we getting the key on button down? Oh, because it's the key being released, right? So if I click and hold, oh, we still get the event clicked. So what I'm currently looking at is when we click on a cell in the map, we first check if the cell exists, which we're not actually checking. Because that's not how we're doing this state now, are we? print cell occupied. I'm not sure that was even happening. Yeah, now we're getting cell occupied. Do I even need to do that? Otherwise it's placing... But we're also checking that it's not. Because of that false state there. It's kind of unnecessary to do that. So let's get rid of that. We're going to bring this down a level. Let's leave the comment in. Right, so the thing that's happening here is when we add in the unit, we instantiate it, we place it in the correct position, and then we add it to our map as a child. So if we look at our remote and we go to our map object here, we have these child units that are the units that are being placed. Don't know what's with the naming of them. Might have to do something about that as well, because that looks correct and that looks correct. This is probably one of the bushes, isn't it? Oh, it's an infantry as well. That looks a bit weird with the control stuff. Might have to look into that. But the thing that's happening is the button itself is then already detecting the mouse down. Oh, wait. Why is the unit not being destroyed? Oh, because this Q3 is on the button and not on the parent. Okay, we probably need to start making notes of some of these bugs that are going to come up. So, to do this Q3 leaves the unit parent scene in the tree, e.g. infantry / bush / mushroom. So this isn't really that correct. That's fine. Still not sure I'm understanding this though. Is this on button down function is being called at a time that doesn't make sense to me. Can we search this? F1? Does that help? No. On button down. So it feels like this is being called wait, what? let's print the event. Can I do something like this? Maybe. And let's see what. So press this true, button mask 1, double click false, index 1. Is that here? I think that's doing that here. I think this is this line here. What? Error calling from signal button down to callable. I'm confused about what we're doing here. This unit signal unbutton down. Emitted when this button starts being held down. So, sorry, just to explain, the thing I'm finding weird here is it's when we click on a square on one of our cells, what should be happening in my mind is the button down event fires as soon as I click down on my mouse. And then it goes off and runs some code. And part of that code is to instantiate this unit where I've clicked, and this unit is a button, but in that instantiation process it's already triggering the button down registered event. So it's almost as though it's like drawing in the unit before the button down event is finished. It's breaking now, but yeah, so like if I click and hold on a space, right, let's remove all of these. Right, so if I click and hold on a space, we're getting the button down event triggering. That spawns a unit on that space, but then we're already getting this line, which is on the unit that's just been spawned. Button down event is triggering immediately, which it should have missed in my mind. Because it spawned after the button down event has happened with the mouse. It's been instantiated separately. This is what I'm doing to work around that, but it doesn't feel correct. Feels like there's some way around that I should be doing. Sorry, I'm getting distracted again. Because now we click on it, we'll get the ready state, and it will delete like this. So it'll say button down, the state is ready, and then it will call the removal of the unit in this location. Which it does, these lines, yeah. Yeah, that's just a bug to keep track of. To do. Figure out why this event fires at spawn at the instantiation of this unit. Like if I manipulate it, so instead of putting it on the tile that we're on, what happens if we just like move it? So we shouldn't be spawning on the tile that we click on. Yeah, see, we're not getting that button down spawn. So it is definitely registering it as a click event on the unit. Which doesn't seem right. And it's not because it's registering the button up event, is it? Oh, it's going to be confusing. Let's just do a large map like this. No, because if I click and hold, it's still registering that button click. And actually the button up or middle mouse or any of the other stuff isn't registered. Right click is registered, but we need to, yeah, I want us to change that as well. There's going to be loads of this. So handle click here, we want to say it has to equal 1. And we'll get rid of this. We don't want to care about right click, we only want to care about left click. Yeah, again, now right click's not being registered, that's good. Okay. So, what next? We should get started on thinking about this. Wonder if this map can be reparented. So I'm thinking along the lines of, if we duplicated this scene and called it like deploy instead. So then we had a deploy scene and a play scene. And on the play scene, we don't have the setup GUI, we have play interface or whatever it is. And on the deploy scene, we have the setup available. Can we pass this game between scenes in its built state? So that would be like reparenting scene Godot. Why is it a red flag? Maybe I stumbled into something here. Initially, I had laundry created and made a child of the laundry holder. Then use remove child and add child for transferring laundry objects from any given laundry holder. This creates a lot of issues with sometimes calling on laundry that was not currently in the scene tree, even after putting some waiting for idle frames. Okay. Next iteration was having a spawner that kept track of the laundry in a parent child. Whenever you find yourself deleting an object and recreating an identical one, you should reparent it. So that's what you're doing with extra steps. Don't just blindly apply a dogma just because some randoms on the internet told you. The real reason why it's not recommended to make excessive use of reparenting nodes is because it hints to some more fundamental design flaw with your node setup. Usually things can be rewritten in a way that don't need to shuffle nodes around. That makes your code much easier to understand and maintain. Anytime I've seen someone asking about it here, it's because they were modeling their game and data the same way the player sees it. That is, they're building the game as the player, not the dev. You don't need to reparent a node from an AI inventory to a player inventory that it's the same item. There is no item, it's all an illusion. Delete the outdated data and add a copy of that data where it's needed. You much never need to do this unless you have a system that leverages the stability of the tree. So really decoupling the object. Maybe I'm thinking of this wrong. Maybe this is still the game scene. I wonder if we duplicate this. Play scene. So play scene here. Let's just call this ploy then. So then how are we changing? How do we change here from the lobby? This here. Let's call this deploy. And we'll change to the deploy scene instead. Let's take that script off there. So in our play scene, we don't want our setup GUI at all. Let's just see what this does. So in our deploy scene instead, which is here, we want to do something like this. We're going to change scenes to ready. And then we're going to move to play. And I want to see if it stores the game, if it still shows the map, or if it loads a fresh scene, a fresh instance of that scene, which is what I think it's going to do. This might not work at all, but let's just check. So we're now on what should be deploy. Yeah. So we set our 5 units and then confirm. Yeah, and then we get a fresh version of the scene. So I guess the question here is, we could just remove the setup scene. Could just DQ it. So rather than making this change, what are we doing on the unit? It's Q3. So what if we just did like Q3 here? But also we do, well, this first thing. So change to the ready scene and then Q3. Let's try that instead. So we place our 4 units, click confirm, and then if we look at our remote, we now have no setup at all. But if we go background to the main menu, Do we get it back? Yes. Okay. Don't know if that's a good thing to do or not. It feels like we're getting rid of something we don't need anymore. So it kind of makes sense. And there's no stage where we'd want to have, like, once the units are deployed, and you confirmed, if the player's confirmed, we shouldn't really go back and let them do anything else. Yeah, okay. So this deployment manager is actually our setup UI. So I think the main thing we'd benefit from is separating these out a bit more. So actually we get rid of our might not even need a game scene. Just put the map directly onto deploy. And actually I think deploy is going to change back to play. That was just to test out if the map gets transferred across, which it doesn't, so we don't really want that. So let's delete the play scene. We're going to rename deploy play, and we're going to get rid of that. Don't save. We're going to call this play again, and we're going to call this play again. No, have to be down here. Okay, so let's start with a little box here. It's going to be our description of what goes on here. So what's the responsibilities of the lobby manager? It's going to be map selection. So I can type selection. It's going to let me do. Yeah. Okay, unit drafting and matchmaking. Making. maybe something that checks the ping. That comes into matchmaking, that's fine. Is there anything else that Lobby Manager needs to handle? Yes, it needs to handle game settings. Now all of that should be pretty self-contained. I don't think this needs to speak to anything. Actually, it does. It just needs to speak to the game state manager. Wait. I want to copy this. So, we're going to have game state. Now, what's this? This needs to be a different color. This is just going to keep track of states. Let's give you... we've already got that. Maybe the green. Gonna look horrible, isn't it? No, that's right. Okay, so game state needs to have the unit current locations. This also needs to do what? Like, what is it currently doing? Because it's probably got loads of extra stuff here. I think it's probably best if this doesn't have all of the unit data. So maybe we need a... What's this going to be? This is like a game data. So the main point with the game data is going to be that this will be read only at gameplay, during gameplay. And writable during lobby. Yes. So this will have unit action patterns. Units allocations. So I think this game data will have stuff like this. Maybe the map data as well. I feel like splitting up into a lot of separate scripts is the right idea. Okay. So this will have current locations. I feel like it's also going to have more, but for the moment, that's all. This probably has map data. Map selection. Let's just call that map selection data. I think game state should have action history. I want players to be able to see the moves that have been, or the information that has been made of, like, has been available each turn. It's not going to be a memory game. This is going to be strategy. Maybe current board state. Current map state. Current map. Yes, state is fine. So actually separate to this. Oh, not like that. We're gonna want a server. And this is gonna need a whole load of other. This is gonna need the same information there, but it's got a slightly different set of values. This will be both players' information. So let's give this a new color. Maybe make the server orange. Yeah, that's fine. So game state is current player only. Group 7. Data for no. Let's say local player. And the server instead is data for both players. Group 9. Actually, this is going to be your server data. Which only the server should be allowed to access. Let's put it like up here. So the server should be able to do don't need that there. Receive actions from players. Send results to players. And that's it. And then separate to this, keep on duplicating the wrong thing. This one. This will do matchmaking. So these are all going to be on a server. No, not effects. I want this. Let's do something like this. So this is going to be a game room on the server. So this will need to also verify / and authorize actions. So this will have to determine, yes, this is one of the players that has been allowed into the game room. Just create those all centered. So matchmaking is gonna generate game room. And what's it going to do? It's going to broadcast lobby. And verify matchmaking, maybe. So I'm thinking along the lines of that this server code, all of this stuff is going to be on the server. So actually we need to call this is just game data. This doesn't need to be called server data. It's game data. This is what's the right term for this? This is basically our endpoint. It's like an API endpoint kind of thing. So this is all server. Let's duplicate this. We're going to make this just a bit bigger. This is where it'd be helpful to know the correct terminology for all this. Let's call this server, no, room transceiver. That's not the right term for this. What's the right term for this for a game? It's client server architecture. Let's have a quick look at. Games. I don't know what the right term is for this, but this is gonna basically handle the sending and receiving of actions. So on the client side, figured it's probably going to be this color then. This will be our client transceiver. And this will be send actions. Oh wait, doesn't need to be here. It's in this bit. Send player action. And then receive results. And that's it. I think. So we're going to leave that there. So those can communicate to each other. This will have to communicate with the matchmaking. Actually, let's bring this down. Put the lobby manager down here. No, the lobby manager's out here. And the deployment is here. Game states, game data. So this speaks to game state. Game data and deployment manager is kind of set up. Wait, this doesn't need to receive in this. We need to receive the game data. So matchmaking occurs. So even on the server as well, we might need to have something that keeps track of players. Let me line this up. No, not there. There we go. So this is global data. And this will be player rankings, I guess. Depends on how much we want to deal with matchmaking. Or matchmaking. No. Actually, I've got space for that. Match. Yeah. Don't know why it takes clicking center 3 times to actually get it to the center, but current room counts. And that's it, really. I'm wondering if there's a way that we could let viewers watch the game without spoiling it. Not really, is there? Hmm. Okay, so our deployment manager has to be driven off of the data from the game data, which is only written from the matchmaking room. So writable from server. Because this will just have, based on the lobby that was created, this will capture that information so that then we can make sure our setup is correct, and placing our units will still also have this setup anyway in our game data. So that's all okay. And that's fine to be on the client because this won't actually drive what's happening in the game. The actual unit action patterns should be up here as well. Unit action patterns. This needs everything, doesn't it? This needs patterns. Helps if I can spell. Unit allocations. And map selection data. So this is basically going to have the whole state of the game up here. And the bit down here, which is going to be client side, is going to have just the information that's relevant to the player. And player action, receive results. I think that's all this does. That's going to be quite basic. This does the same, but also needs to authorize that there are players in the room. So maybe this game data also has Player identification. Basically like tokens. So this can determine, like when the room is set up, part of the setup is to write into the game data and say, here is the unique identifier of this player. Make sure for any incoming moves, you can tell that it comes from this player that is valid, just in case someone else tries to send data to the server from another source. We can do some verification there. Okay. I mean, that can be split up. That doesn't all have to be on the same scene there. I'm assuming as well that this is like how the scene setup works. Let's group this into server. So I'm assuming on Godot we can just deploy a scene to this, but actually we might just have our own backend code. In which case I'll have to learn how to do all that. That could be a lot. I'm hoping it's not too much. Okay, so this setup manager. What are we going to do with this? We are deploy units. On confirm, send unit locations to client receiver. I think that might be all this does. So yeah, it's going to have some UI elements and all that kind of stuff. Oh no, I just want to select you. So this lobby does the setup. If you're this, that's fine. Oh, why are you not working? Oh, we changed this to play. That's why. This needs to do create scene handler that handles the has methods for changing scenes. So we're not going to call from here because this unit shouldn't know, this script shouldn't know the name of scenes. That should pull up somewhere else, that's fine. Okay, so select this, go through to here. This is the deploy UI. And all that's going to happen here is you can click to select your units. So there's going to be a grid of units like this. Where are we? Over here. So you select your units. It will show you where on the board you can deploy to. And you can choose your mapped out positions. Squad value isn't necessary here, is it? That doesn't do anything. And this is just going to be confirm. Oh, actually, that's why I had that there. No, let's do, sorry. Jumping up backwards and forwards. Let's copy this. And we'll paste to replace that. Then we'll have something like that. Okay. So, player selects the units they've got, picks where on the board to deploy, clicks confirm, and then the unit locations need to be transmitted to the server. So that goes to the client receiver. Client receiver, transceiver, sends the data to the server, to the rune transceiver, which then inputs that data into our initial location setup and probably confirms back to the client that that was a valid setup. Because what could happen is if the player tries to cheat and put units in the wrong places, we need to make sure that the squad allocation matches what was selected in the lobby. So that's fine. So then based on that, if this is all happy, then we go to I mean, we might as well set this from the same location. Is to here and to game state. Because that will set our current locations in the units. Yeah, that's fine. So that does that need to receive back? It does. But that can go via the event bus. Maybe this is signal bus, not event bus. I think I prefer that name. Okay, so we're getting a bit more structure here to our design. There's a lot more that needs to be in this game room. This needs to have a state machine for the phase, although that one's going to be a lot simpler. Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to just select this? Yeah. Okay, so let's do a little grid here as well. That didn't work. Why did that not work? There we go. Right, so this is going to be room data. Which doesn't need these. Player identification tokens. Oh, see that. Budget down. So player identification tokens, and then the lobby like setup stuff. Map selection. Unit allocations. And the unit action patterns. Game data is going to be current locations, action history, current map state, and doesn't need these three. And then this is going to be game state. Which isn't data for both players. This is just like current turn info. Does it need anything else? This one needs something else. I'm just not thinking of it at the moment. Some of these won't necessarily need to be separate scripts. They'll just be like functions within the same script. But yeah, I think it's better to have it all separated out so we can visualize it better. That's the transceiver. That's the game state. Trying to think what else we want here. I seem to be avoiding this bit. Not sure why. So what's the unit going to handle? let's start at the bottom now. So all this will need to do is this has got to handle input events, right? No, just handle click, really. We're not worried about other inputs. And I don't think this even needs to decide itself. I don't know if this is going to be handling the click. I think this will just be send click info to signal bus. So what's going to happen? We're going to click on a unit. And all that's going to do is send data up to the map to display information. So let's make another copy of the deployment manager, because this needs to be our game manager, or let's call this play manager. And this is our play UI. So this has to show current phase, show action history, and send handle confirmations, handle action confirmation. Right, I think we're getting somewhere decent here, but I'm just noticed time. I'm running out of time, unfortunately. I think I might wrap here. What have we got planned? So let me just have a quick look. I'm pretty sure we're doing another game dev stream tomorrow. So we'll be continuing with this designing, game design stuff. Figure out what else we need to add. Not got loads more before we can start building this. Yeah, tomorrow. God, that was ambitious. I said implementation of the game managers. I think we're still going to be doing some game design work on this. But we're in a good spot there. We've got a good idea of how like our player turn's going to operate. We've got a better idea of the overlays that we're going to show. And it's kind of like a collection of all the scripts that we're going to need. I don't think there's going to be loads more on top of this. I think hopefully this is going to be almost the entire game within this. Other than that, what have we got to today? Not really made loads of changes. We've just played around a little bit here, trying to figure out how the scene instantiation works. There's a little detour of that. And we have tied in our Git version control stuff to the project. I do think that I'm probably going to move away from the plugin though, because this doesn't seem to have all the functionality that you can get from Git. Mainly being able to roll back changes and merge branches and stuff like that. Not really tested it to much of an extent, but it doesn't seem like that functionality is there. It just seems to be able to commit changes. I couldn't see anything in the documentation about rolling back or anything that's useful in that. Yeah, it's just committing. It doesn't have. I think it'll be much easier to use GitHub Desktop. So we'll probably change that, but I just want to check that I'm not like displaying email addresses every time I use it. So I'll probably set that up a bit more off screen, unless when I do it, it doesn't show a lot. Then I might show a quick rundown of what we've done at the start of next stream. So next stream will be around about 1 o'clock GMT tomorrow, maybe between 1 and 2. It depends what time I get organized and ready. We're going to continue on with this. We'll start implementing some of these. I think we'll start splitting up our code that we've already done into these various scripts. And yeah, maybe we'll do some UI work, maybe we'll do some state machine work, and we'll see how that goes. So if that sounds of interest at all, please feel free to follow, do all the normal streamer stuff. The VODs go up on YouTube, and I'm also live on YouTube and Twitch at the moment. So if you have a preferred platform, please consider following or subscribing on the various one. And there's also Discord, where I've got a bit more information. I'm trying to get into a habit of like posting a weekly stream schedule. So to show when I'm going to be doing game dev, when I'm going to do a bit of gameplay stuff and some pixel art stuff. And that should be linked in both Twitch and YouTube, I think. Is it in the YouTube description? I might have to put a link to the Discord in there. No, that's in the YouTube description. Okay. So yeah, I think that's it. Thanks everyone for hanging out today. Thanks for anyone lurking, and thanks for the follow, Manny Prog. Hope you all have a good week, and catch you next time. Cheers.